Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The embers still glowed in the charred remains of Misthallo, a once thriving wizarding hamlet nestled in the shadow of the ancient Cairnwood forest. Wisps of acrid smoke curled upward into the dawn sky, painting ghostly fingers against the breaking light. Among the ruins, a lone figure moved with careful precision, his weathered dragon hide gloves brushing aside debris with a tenderness that belied their rough appearance. Lorcan Scamander knelt amidst the devastation, his amber eyes reflecting the dying embers. At 32, his face bore the marks of a man who had witnessed both the beauty and brutality of magical creatures. A latticework of pale scars traced his left cheek and disappeared beneath the collar of his tattered field coat. With each deliberate movement, the collection of amulets and totems hanging from his belt clinked softly, the only sound beside the occasional settling of scorched timber. There must be a reason, he whispered to himself, brushing ash-laden hair from his face. No dragon attacks a settlement without provocation. Not like this. His trained eyes caught an anomaly amid the destruction, a perfect circle of untouched ground where the fire had inexplicably refused to burn. At its center lay something that made Lorcan's breath catch in his throat. An egg, roughly the size of a quaffle. Its surface a mesmerizing swirl of midnight blue and silver that seemed to shift and dance as if containing a storm within its shell. When his fingers made contact with the smooth surface, a warmth unlike any he had felt before coursed through his body. The egg trembled slightly, as if recognizing his touch, and the scars on Lorcan's face tingled with an ancient magic that he couldn't comprehend, but somehow remembered. Step away from the artifact, Scamander. The voice cut through the morning stillness like a curse. Lorcan didn't need to turn to know who had found him. The crisp pronunciation and authoritative tone belonged to Cassiopeia Black, the Ministry's most formidable aura when it came to magical creature containment. Her reputation for ruthless efficiency had earned her the nickname, the Huntress among magazoologists, who largely considered her a natural enemy. "This isn't an artifact, Cassiopeia," Lorcan replied, not moving his hand from the egg. "It's alive." He turned to face her, taking in her imposing figure silhouetted against the rising sun. Her dark robes were immaculately pressed despite the early hour, and her wand ebony and dragon heartstring, if rumors were to be believed, was pointed steadily at his chest. "The Ministry has classified whatever destroyed this village as an Omega-level threat," she stated coldly. "I have orders to contain all evidence and eliminate any potential hazards." Her eyes narrowed as they focused on the egg. "That certainly qualifies." Lorcan's protective instincts flared. This egg didn't destroy anything. It was protected from the destruction. He carefully lifted the egg, cradling it against his chest. "Something wanted this preserved." Cassiopeia took a step forward, her wand unwavering. "The Magical Catastrophe Department will make that determination. Hand it over, and we can both leave this place intact." In that moment, a peculiar change swept over Lorcan. The typically soft-spoken, conflict-averse magazoologist straightened to his full height, and something ancient flickered in his eyes, something that made even Cassiopeia Black hesitate. "No," the word hung between them, simple yet immovable as a mountain. What happened next would later be described by Cassiopeia in her official report as unprecedented magical interference. The air around Lorcan shimmered with an opalescent haze, and when she cast her binding spell, it dissipated harmlessly before reaching him. The egg in his arms pulsed with light, and with a crack like thunder, both Lorcan and his precious cargo vanished, leaving only a swirl of ash in their wake. 300 miles north, in a cave nestled high in the Cairngorms, Lorcan materialized, gasping for breath, the egg still clutched protectively to his chest. Apparition had never been his strength, certainly not over such distances, and yet here he was, drawn to this specific location by an instinct he couldn't explain. "What are you?" he whispered to the egg as he gently placed it on a bed of moss. "And why do I feel like I've been waiting for you my entire life?" As if in response, the egg trembled, its surface rippling with colors that shouldn't exist in nature, deep purples melting into emerald green, then crystalline blue, before settling into a pulsing gold that illuminated the cave walls. Lorcan's research had documented every known dragon species, but nothing in his extensive studies matched this egg's characteristics. He extracted a worn leather journal from his pack and began sketching furiously, recording every detail while periodically checking the magical barriers he'd erected at the cave entrance. The ministry wouldn't be far behind, and Cassiopeia Black was not known for giving up easily. His prediction proved accurate, sooner than expected. Just as darkness fell across the highlands, the protective wards shimmered with warning someone was attempting to break through. Lorcan reached for his wand, prepared to defend his discovery, when a voice called out, "I'm alone, Scamander. And contrary to what you might believe, I'm not here to destroy your precious find." Cassiopeia stood at the threshold of his hastily established sanctuary, her wand lowered but readily accessible. What surprised Lorcan wasn't her quick tracking. She was, after all, the ministry's finest, but the absence of a containment team behind her. "Why should I believe you?" he asked, positioning himself between her and the egg. "Because I've seen the ministry reports that they're keeping from the public." She stepped forward, her typically immaculate appearance now disheveled from the journey. What happened at Misthallo wasn't the first incident. 3 other sites have been destroyed in the past month, all with the same pattern: complete devastation, except for a perfect circle. Only in those cases, whatever had been protected was already gone when investigators arrived. Lorcan's scientific mind raced with implications. "Someone's collecting them," Cassiopeia nodded grimly, "and the Department of Mysteries has taken unusual interest." When I questioned their involvement, I was immediately reassigned. A wry smile twisted her lips. "Apparently, even my distinguished Black family connections have limits when I start asking inconvenient questions." Trust came neither easily nor naturally between them, but necessity forged an uneasy alliance as they made their way northward through increasingly rugged terrain. The egg, now secured in a specially enchanted carrying case of Lorcan's design, seemed to guide their journey, growing warmer when they moved in certain directions and cooling when they strayed from some invisible path. On the 7th day, as they crested a snow-covered peak, they encountered what appeared to be an ordinary rock face until Lorcan approached with the egg. The stone rippled like water, revealing an ancient archway engraved with runes that neither recognized. "Druidic," whispered Cassiopeia, her fingers tracing the weathered symbols. Predating even the founding of Hogwarts, before they could deliberate further, figures emerged from the stones themselves, men and women with skin like bark and eyes green as summer leaves, adorned with antlers and bones that seemed to grow naturally from their bodies. The druids surrounded them without aggression, but with unmistakable power. "The bearer returns," intoned the eldest, a woman whose face was lined like ancient oak. "The cycle begins anew within the druid enclave, Hidden by magic older than wizard-kind remembered, revelations unfolded that shook the foundations of Lorcan's understanding of himself and the magical world. The egg he carried contained not just any dragon, but the last of the imperial dragons, magical creatures of such intelligence and power that they had once formed bonds with wizards, creating partnerships that guided the magical world through its darkest times. The bond was sacred, explained Morian, the elder druid, as they sat in a circle of standing stones. The imperial dragons chose their companions, wizards or witches with the ancient bloodline who could serve as their voice among humankind. They were called drachamages. What happened to them? Lorcan asked, unable to take his eyes from the egg, which now pulsed with a steady golden light in the center of their circle. Fear, Cassiopeia answered before the druids could, her historian's knowledge surfacing. The same fear that has driven wizards to subjugate house elves, to classify centaurs as beasts rather than beings, to hunt giants to near extinction. She met Lorcan's gaze. Power that cannot be controlled is power the traditional wizarding authority cannot tolerate. Morian nodded solemnly. The last great hunt occurred 5 centuries ago. The drachamages and their companions were systematically eliminated by a coalition led by what would eventually become your ministry. One final clutch of eggs was hidden, scattered across Britain with protective enchantments, and now someone is collecting them, Lorcan concluded. Yes, the elder confirmed. The conclave of 12 wizards who believe they can force the bond, harness the power of imperial dragons without the ancient bloodline or the dragon's consent, as if responding to this threat. The egg in the center began to crack, fissures of golden light spreading across its surface. The druids chanted in a language long forgotten as the shell parted to reveal a hatchling unlike any dragon Lorcan had documented. Its scales shifted colors with each breath, iridescent blues, purples, and golds rippling across its small form. When its eyes opened, they were the exact shade of amber as Lorcan's own. The hatchling unfurled delicate wings and took its first tentative steps directly toward Lorcan. When it reached him, it nuzzled against his scarred cheek, and the marks that had lined his face since childhood began to glow with the same golden light. The scars, gasped Cassiopeia. They're not from an injury. Morian approached Lorcan, her ancient fingers tracing the luminous patterns on his face. These are the marks of a drachamage, hidden and dormant. Somewhere in your lineage, one of your ancestors bonded with an imperial dragon. Newt, whispered Lorcan, thinking of his famous grandfather, his affinity for creatures. Could he have known? The druid shook her head. The knowledge was protected, memories modified to preserve the last of the bloodline until the time was right. The hatchling chirped, a sound like crystal bells, and climbed onto Lorcan's shoulder, its tail wrapping gently around his neck. With each passing moment, their connection strengthened, and knowledge flowed between them, ancient memories embedded in draconic instinct meeting human consciousness. The conclave will sense the hatching, Morian warned. They will come for you both. To complete the bond and unlock its full potential, you must journey to the place where magic first entered this land, the original Gringotts Forge, hidden beneath what wizards now call the White Cliffs. Cassiopeia, who had maintained a respectful distance, stepped forward. I know those caverns. The ministry keeps them under surveillance because of their historical significance. Her expression hardened with determination. I can get you there. As they prepared to leave the sanctuary, the young dragon whom Lorcan now knew as Aurelian grew agitated, its scales flickering between colors before settling on a warning crimson. At that same moment, the protective boundaries of the Druid Enclave shuddered under magical assault. They've found us sooner than expected, Morian said grimly. The Conclave must have infiltrated the Ministry more deeply than we feared. Cassiopeia's expression confirmed this suspicion. There's only one way they could have tracked us so quickly. She drew her wand, facing the entrance. They're using me. The revelation hung in the air for only a moment before she continued, her voice hardening with resolve. A tracking charm subtle, likely placed on me before I even left London. I should have suspected when my superior was so calm about my resignation. Lorcan, with Aurelian now alert on his shoulder, joined her at the threshold. Then we'll need a diversion. The journey to the ancient forge beneath the white cliffs became a desperate race against both the conclave and time itself. Aurelian grew with extraordinary speed, his wingspan doubling every day until, by the third evening, he was large enough for Lorcan to ride a development that proved crucial when their pursuers cornered them in the marshlands of East Anglia. Cassiopeia's combat skills and Lorcan's unexpected affinity for elemental magic awakened by his strengthening bond with Aurelian allowed them to break through the conclave's ambush. Together, they soared through night skies, the young dragon's scales blending with the stars to render them nearly invisible. The white cliffs rose before them at dawn on the seventh day, their chalky faces concealing secrets far older than human memory. Cassiopeia led them to a hidden fissure, unremarkable except for the faint traces of goblin runes etched around its edges. The original Gringotts wasn't just a bank, she explained as they navigated the narrow passage that spiraled downward. It was the first alliance between wizards and magical creatures of Forge where goblin metalwork and wizard enchantments created artifacts of immense power. The passage opened into a vast chamber illuminated by an unearthly blue flame burning in a central hearth. Ancient anvils and forges lined the walls, untouched for centuries yet preserved perfectly. At the chamber's heart stood a circle of 12 stone thrones, each carved with symbols representing different magical disciplines. The Circle of Concordance, Cassiopeia whispered, where the original magical accords were struck between species. No sooner had they entered the chamber than the blue flames flared, casting long shadows across the stone floor. From these shadows stepped 12 robed figures, the conclave, their faces obscured by hoods of midnight blue. The last dracomage arrives with our final prize, announced their leader, lowering his hood to reveal a face Lorcan recognized with shock: Arcturus Malfoy, chief warlock of the Wisengamot. How considerate of you to bring it directly to us, Aurelian growled, his scales shifting to battle crimson. But Lorcan placed a calming hand on the young dragon's neck. Something wasn't right. The chamber's magic felt too settled, too dormant for a place of such significance. This isn't the true forge, he said quietly to Cassiopeia. It's a decoy. Before she could respond, Arcturus gave a signal, and the members of the conclave raised their wands in unison. The bond must be severed and reforged under our control, he declared. The era of dragon princes ends today, and the age of the dragon masters begins. As their combined spell surged forward, Cassiopeia stepped between it and Lorcan, her wand tracing a complex pattern that split the magical assault into harmless sparks. Go, she commanded. Find the true forge. I'll hold them. Through his strengthening connection with Aurelian, Lorcan felt a pull toward the chamber's eastern wall, seemingly solid rock, but resonating with a different magical signature. As Cassiopeia engaged the conclave in a display of dueling prowess that belied even her formidable reputation, Lorcan and Aurelian pressed their hands and talons to the stone. It dissolved at their touch, revealing the true heart of ancient Gringotts, a perfect spherical chamber with walls of polished obsidian that reflected not their physical forms, but their magical essence. At its center hovered a single scale of purest gold, the last scale of the first imperial dragon. Aurelian approached it reverently, his own scales shifting to match its golden hue. When Lorcan placed his hand on the dragon's head, completing the circuit of connection, the chamber pulsed with power. The golden scale multiplied, forming a gleaming armor that flowed over Aurelian's body like liquid light, while similar patterns etched themselves permanently into Lorcan's skin, replacing his temporary scars with marks of true bonding. Their minds merged fully in that moment, human analytical thought, combining with draconic instinct and ancient memory, and together they understood what must be done. When they emerged from the true forge, it was no longer as separate entities, but as a unified force. Cassiopeia, bloodied but unbowed, had been forced to her knees by the Conclave's combined power. Arcturus stood over her, wand raised for a killing blow. The true Dragon Prince returns. Lorcan and Aurelian spoke in one voice, the chamber trembling with the power of their declaration. What followed was not a battle, but a restoration of balance. The magic of the original accord, reawakened through their completed bond, washed through the chamber like a tidal wave of golden light. It did not destroy the conclave, but rather revealed them, stripping away enchantments and concealments to expose their true intentions and corruptions. Arcturus fell to his knees, his carefully constructed faud of righteousness crumbling under the weight of truth. "We only sought to restore wizarding supremacy," he gasped. "To reclaim what was ours, it was never yours to claim," Lorcan replied, Aurelian's wisdom flowing through his words. The bond cannot be taken, only offered and accepted in mutual respect. In the aftermath, as ministry officials swarmed the now exposed chambers beneath the white cliffs, Lorcan and Aurelian stood apart, watching the sunrise over the English Channel. Cassiopeia joined them, her customary severity softened by something approaching wonder. "What happens now?" she asked. "The wizarding world isn't ready for the return of imperial dragons," Lorcan smiled, his hand resting on Aurelian's shimmering scales. "Then we'll have to help them get ready. The old accords need rewriting, not just for dragons, but for all magical beings." He turned to her with newfound purpose gleaming in his eyes. "And I think we'll need someone with intimate knowledge of the ministry's workings to help navigate those waters." Cassiopeia's lips curved into a rare smile. "Are you offering me a job, Dragon Prince?" "I'm offering you a partnership," he corrected, as Aurelian hummed his approval. "There are other eggs out there, other potential bonds waiting to be formed with those of the bloodline. The age of cooperation between magical beings doesn't have to remain in the past." As if to emphasize his point, Aurelian spread his magnificent wings, now spanning 20 feet, and shimmering with all the colors of magic itself. The young dragon's scales settled into a pattern of gold and silver that caught the morning light like a beacon of hope. "The Prince of Dragons returns," whispered Cassiopeia, "and the world will never be the same." Story 2. The ancient clock tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had stood for nearly a millennium, its massive bronze gears turning with unwavering precision through wars, triumphs, and the quiet passage of countless students through hallowed halls. Until, on the winter solstice of 2025, at precisely midnight, every hand on the grand clock face began to spin counterclockwise. Professor Aurora Sinistra stood at her astronomy tower window, silver hair gleaming in the moonlight, watching in horror as stars began to leave faint trails across the night sky, not the usual arcs of celestial movement, but jagged, unnatural paths that defied the laws of astronomy she had taught for over 40 years. The constellations were shifting, rearranging themselves into unfamiliar patterns that sent a chill down her spine. "Tempus Inversus," she whispered, reaching for the ancient text that hadn't left her bedside table in decades. The leather-bound tome, celestial anomalies and their magical manifestations, fell open to a page marked with a ribbon of faded crimson silk. Her trembling fingers traced the illustration of a clock with reversed hands. The margin notes, written in her own youthful hand decades ago, read, theoretical only no documented occurrences since Merlin's era. Catastrophic temporal dissonance miles below. In the Hufflepuff dormitories, 17-year-old Helena Hufflepuff jolted awake, her skin humming with an energy she couldn't name. The air around her bed shimmered with gossamer threads of golden light that wove intricate patterns before fading into nothingness. Helena had always been exceptional at stabilization charms, a talent that had earned her both academic accolades and gentle teasing about her uncanny ability to prevent cauldrons from exploding and broomsticks from bucking their riders. Tonight, however, her gift manifested unbidden, her magic responding to something no one else could sense. She slipped from her bed, bare feet silent on ancient stones that felt strangely warm beneath her toes, as if the castle itself was feverish. "Something's wrong with time," she murmured to herself, the words materializing as golden script in the air before dissolving. Helena gasped and pressed her hand to her mouth, watching as ripples of golden light spread from her fingertips like rings in a pond. The castle corridors were eerily quiet as she made her way toward the great clock tower, guided by instinct rather than logic. Portraits she passed hung empty or showed unfamiliar faces that watched her with suspicious eyes before flickering back to their usual occupants. Staircases moved in patterns she'd never witnessed before, despite 7 years of navigating their temperamental routes. As Helena approached the antechamber of the clock tower, a figure stepped from the shadows, tall, imposing, wrapped in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver runes that shifted and rearranged themselves with each movement. "Helena Hufflepuff," the stranger said, his voice carrying the weight of authority despite its youth. "Descendant of Helga and bearer of the temporal touch. I've waited a very long time to meet you." Helena raised her wand, golden sparks dancing at its tip. "Who are you?" The young man bowed with formal precision. "Salazar Gaunt, chronosopher of the 42nd Order, and if you'll forgive the dramatic phrasing, a visitor from what you would consider the future." Before Helena could respond, the stones beneath their feet trembled. The walls of the antechamber rippled like water, ancient granite morphing before their eyes. Gothic arches twisted into Romanesque curves, then stretched into futuristic angles of gleaming metal and glass, before settling back into their familiar medieval stonework, though now with subtle differences in the mortar pattern and a window where none had existed before. "The temporal dissonance grows stronger," Salazar said, his composure cracking slightly as he reached toward a wall to steady himself. "We have less time than I calculated." Professor Sinistra appeared at the end of the corridor, her wand illuminating the space with a steady blue light that seemed to momentarily stabilize the shifting architecture. "Step away from my student, sir, whoever you claim to be." Her voice carried the steel of a witch who had faced dark wizards and cosmic phenomena with equal measures of courage. "Professor," Helena called, "I think he's telling the truth." "Look," she pointed to where the wall was still flickering between states, revealing glimpses of alternate versions of Hogwarts, one made entirely of crystal, another half submerged in water, yet another blackened by fire. "Temporal breach points," Sinistra breathed, academic fascination temporarily overriding caution. Just as chronomancer Weasley theorized in his banned manuscripts, Salazar's expression darkened. Weasley was partly correct, but his calculations were incomplete. This isn't a simple temporal breach, it's a dissonance cascade. Reality itself is being rewritten as the timelines collapse into one another. A clock chime echoed through the castle, 13 impossible bells that vibrated through stone and bone alike. With each toll, more sections of the castle flickered, some disappearing entirely to reveal starry void before reasserting themselves in altered forms. "The great clock is the key," Salazar explained as they hurried up the spiral staircase toward the tower's heart. It was never merely a timepiece, but a chronolith stabilization node for this entire region's temporal field, crafted by the founders to anchor Hogwarts against magical disturbances. Helena felt a strange resonance with his words, as if awakening to knowledge she had always possessed but never accessed. That's why Helga insisted on a clock tower, against the customs of the time. Not for practicality, but protection. Precisely, Professor Sinistra confirmed, producing a small leather journal from her robes. According to my research into the founder's private correspondences, Rowena Ravenclaw designed the mechanism based on astronomical principles that wouldn't be discovered by muggles for centuries. Her finger traced a diagram in the journal. But what could have disrupted it after all this time? The answer awaited them at the top of the tower, where the massive clock mechanism occupied a chamber larger than the Great Hall, an impossible space that defied the tower's external dimensions. Bronze and gold gears the size of carriage wheels turned at various speeds, some so slowly they appeared stationary, others spinning with blinding velocity. Constellations were etched into every surface, inlaid with precious stones that glowed with inner light. And at the center of it all stood a hooded figure, hands outstretched toward the central pendulum, which now swung in erratic arcs that left trails of fragmenting reality in its wake. The Gray Lady, Helena gasped, recognizing the ghost despite her substantial, corporeal appearance and impossibility that ranked low among the evening's mysteries. Not precisely, Salazar corrected grimly. That is Helena Ravenclaw, as she exists in a timeline where she never died, where she discovered the secret to physical immortality through the manipulation of time itself. The figure turned, lowering her hood to reveal a face of ageless beauty, marked by eyes that held centuries of calculation. The chronist returns, she said, her voice echoing strangely as if speaking from multiple throats simultaneously. And he brings the stabilizer. As my equations predicted, Professor Sinistra raised her wand, but the alternate Helena Ravenclaw dismissed the gesture with a flick of her fingers, freezing the professor in mid-motion. Time is a resource to be harvested, not merely observed, dear Aurora. Your limited perspective has always been your downfall. What have you done to the clock? Helena demanded, feeling power building within her, golden light now emanating from her skin in steady pulses. I've liberated it, the temporal phantom replied. For centuries, this mechanism has constrained magical potential, forcing linear progression when magic by its nature transcends such limitations. I've simply released the brake. Salazar stepped forward, his own magic manifesting as silver ribbons of light that intertwined with Helena's gold. You've created a catastrophe. The dissonance will tear apart not just Hogwarts, but the entire magical framework of reality. The Gray Lady smiled a terrible, beautiful expression, only to rebuild it better. A world where death is merely an option, where time serves the worthy rather than constraining them. She gestured to the window, where the grounds of Hogwarts were now a patchwork of different landscapes, the lake replaced by a desert, the forbidden forest transposed with a futuristic city of gleaming spires, the Quidditch pitch, now an ancient stone circle crackling with primal magic. We need to reset the chronolith, Salazar said quietly to Helena. But the original calibration required artifacts from each founder, objects attuned to the core magical signature of Hogwarts. Helena felt knowledge surfacing from somewhere deep within her lineage memory, a birthright she hadn't known she possessed. The cup of Hufflepuff for nurturing the magic, the diadem of Ravenclaw for directing it, the sword of Gryffindor for empowering it, and the locket of Slytherin for binding it. Yes, Salazar confirmed. But they're scattered across time pockets, now fragments of alternate Hogwarts realities breaching into our own. We'll need to retrieve them and return them to their proper positions in the mechanism. The alternate Helena Ravenclaw laughed, the sound shattering one of the smaller gears. You'll fail, as you failed in every iteration I've witnessed. Time belongs to those bold enough to master it, with a gesture more instinct than learned technique. Helena Hufflepuff cast a stabilization charm unlike any she'd performed before. Golden light erupted from her wand in a perfect dome that encompassed the three of them and the central mechanism, temporarily insulating them from the worst of the temporal fluctuations. How long will this hold? Salazar asked, impressed despite his apparent foreknowledge of her abilities. 10 minutes, perhaps less, Helena replied, somehow knowing exactly how her magic was interacting with the distorted time field. Enough for you to explain how we find these artifacts in the temporal chaos out there, as Salazar revealed the locations of the Founder's relics, each hidden in a pocket of alternate Hogwarts history accessible through the growing temporal breaches throughout the castle. Professor Sinistra broke free from her momentary temporal suspension with a gasp. The stars are aligning, she announced, examining the astrological markings on the clock mechanism. We have until dawn before the dissonance becomes irreversible. The alternate Helena Ravenclaw prowled the perimeter of the Golden Dome, testing it with occasional flicks of her fingers that sent showers of temporal distortion cascading across its surface. You cannot comprehend what you're preventing, she called. A world without endings, where magic evolves beyond your primitive constraints, Helena Hufflepuff turned to her companions, determination hardening her features. I'll maintain the stabilization field here as long as possible. Professor Sinistra knows the castle better than anyone. She should seek the diadem in the astronomy tower's alternate reality. Salazar, you said you've done this before, in simulations and calculations only, he admitted. But I believe I can retrieve the sword from the Chamber of Secrets temporal variant, which leaves the cup for me to guard here, where it's already contained within our field. Helena nodded toward a golden goblet that had materialized atop one of the gears, and the locket. She hesitated. The locket of Slytherin would have manifested in the reality where Salazar never left the school, Professor Sinistra concluded. The dungeons, most likely where the temporal breach shimmers green according to the readings I took on our way up. As they finalized their desperate plan, the castle shuddered again. Through the tower windows, they could see sections of Hogwarts transforming the Great Hall's roof, vanishing to reveal a glass dome housing a tropical garden, a wing of dormitories replaced by a crystalline structure that hummed with unfamiliar magic, the grounds themselves shifting between seasons with each passing moment. Salazar gripped Helena's hand briefly. If we succeed, the timeline will reset. You won't remember this night, none of you will, but you will, Helena realized. That's why you're here. How many times have you tried to prevent this? His silver eyes held centuries of determination. This is the first attempt, but I've calculated thousands of scenarios, lived through centuries of preparation. The chronists of my time discovered the exact moment when time itself fractured this night. This tower, this confrontation, from beyond the stabilization field, the alternate Helena Ravenclaw watched them with ancient eyes. Every path leads to the same destination, Chronosopher. You cannot fight inevitability. Perhaps not, Salazar replied, straightening his midnight robes. But we can redirect it. As dawn approached, three desperate searchers navigated a kaleidoscope of possible Hogwarts castles, climbing staircases that led to different centuries, passing through halls where the fundamental laws of magic itself had evolved along divergent paths. Professor Sinistra retrieved the diadem from an astronomy tower transformed into an interdimensional observatory. Salazar battled a basilisk that had evolved into a time-sensitive predator to claim the sword. The locket, however, proved most challenging, hidden in a reality where Slytherin House had become the dominant force in wizarding society, its common room a temple to temporal manipulation. Helena herself, her stabilization field weakening with each passing minute, was forced to venture into this distorted reality, while the alternate Helena Ravenclaw worked to unravel the remaining constraints of the clock mechanism. When they reunited in the tower, dawn's first light was breaking through windows that overlooked a Hogwarts grounds fragmented into dozens of contradictory landscapes. The alternate Helena Ravenclaw had grown in power, absorbing temporal energy until she towered over them, her form shifting between ghost and goddess. "You've merely gathered the keys to ultimate transformation," she announced. "Add them to the mechanism, and you'll only accelerate what I've begun." But Helena Hufflepuff, descendant of founders and inheritor of forgotten magic, understood what her temporal counterpart did not. "These aren't just magical artifacts," she said, placing the golden cup on its designated gear. "They're embodiments of intention, as each relic took its place: cup, diadem, sword, and finally Locket. The great clock mechanism began to resonate with harmonious tones. The pendulum, erratic for hours, gradually steadied its swing. Intention shapes magic," Helena continued, golden light flowing from her hands into the mechanism. "The founders never sought to control time, but to protect their students through it. Their legacy wasn't domination, but nurturing, wisdom, courage, and ambition in service to something greater than themselves." The alternate Helena Ravenclaw screamed in fury and lunged forward, her form beginning to dissolve as the timeline reasserted itself. "You condemn yourselves to endings, to death and limitation. We choose life as it was meant to be lived," Salazar replied, silver magic merging with Helena's gold as the clock struck dawn. "With beginnings, middles, and proper endings, as the first true beam of sunlight touched the mechanism, the collected magic of Founders' relics, chronosopher, astronomer, and stabilizer merged in a blinding flash. The pendulum completed one perfect arc, and then the great clock of Hogwarts chimed 7 times, its familiar tone echoing across the grounds. Helena Hufflepuff opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented as she hurried across the courtyard to her advanced charms examination. Why had she woken with such a sense of accomplishment this morning? And why did she keep glancing at the clock tower with an inexplicable feeling of connection? As she passed the entrance to the astronomy tower, Professor Sinistra emerged, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. "Good morning, Professor," Helena greeted. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" The astronomer paused, studying Helena with an intensity that seemed unwarranted. "Indeed, Miss Hufflepuff. A perfectly ordinary day," she hesitated. "Have you ever considered a career in temporal research? The Department of Mysteries has a division that would suit your talents." Before Helena could respond, a tall young man in ministry robes exited the headmistress's office nearby. He caught Helena's eye and bowed slightly, a curiously formal gesture that nevertheless felt familiar. "Salazar Gaunt," he introduced himself. "Department of Temporal Incidents." Just completing a routine inspection of the clock tower, his silver eyes held a knowledge that transcended his apparent youth. Some artifacts require regular maintenance to prevent disruptions. As they parted ways, Helena felt a strange golden warmth in her fingertips, and for just a moment, she could have sworn she saw threads of time itself woven through the ancient stones of Hogwarts, a hidden tapestry of protection crafted by those who had come before, maintained by those who had come after, anchored in a present worth preserving. Above them all, the great clock ticked forward, each second unfolding precisely as it should. Story 3. The North Sea churned beneath a moonless sky, its black waters heaving against the jagged foundations of Azkaban. The ancient fortress rose from the waves like the spine of some primordial beast, a specter of dread that had endured long before the Ministry claimed it as their prison. Tonight, its weathered stones seemed to absorb what little light remained in the world, as if preparing for something darker still to come. Albus Potter stood on the shoreline of the mainland, his aura robes whipping about him in the bitter wind. At 28, he bore little resemblance to his famous father save for the eyes that distinctive emerald green that seemed to pierce through deception. His wand hummed with preparatory enchantments as the small boat approached, bearing a single passenger from the fortress. Prisoner 7213 secured for transport. Senior Aura Potter announced the guard, his patronus a sleek mink circling the boat to ward off the effects of distant dementors. Though I can't fathom why the department would want this one. He's been nothing but trouble since they brought him in 10 years ago. Albus kept his expression neutral. The prisoner's knowledge has become relevant to an ongoing investigation. The truth, which Albus had been expressly forbidden from sharing, was far more troubling. For 3 consecutive nights, every seer in Britain had experienced the same vision. Dementors with eyes of flame, descending upon villages, not to steal souls, but to deliver them to something waiting in the shadows. And in each vision, a voice whispered of the chronicler who held the key to what was coming. The prisoner who emerged from the boat bore little resemblance to the dangerous criminal Albus had expected. Silas Thorne was tall and gaunt, yes, but carried himself with the quiet dignity of a scholar rather than the broken shuffle of a long-term Azkaban resident. His silver hair fell to his shoulders, framing a face that seemed both anciently wise and curiously youthful. Only his eyes betrayed something unsettling, pupils like bottomless wells, observing everything with the patient calculation of a predator that measures time in centuries rather than moments. Senior Aura Potter, Thorne said, his voice surprisingly melodious for one who had spent a decade in near isolation. Son of the boy who lived. Grandson of the stag. I've been waiting for our paths to cross. The casual mention of his grandfather's animagus form knowledge that was certainly not common among the general wizarding population sent a chill through Albus that had nothing to do with the biting coastal wind. Save your observations for the ministry, Thorne, Albus replied, securing the magical restraints with a tap of his wand. We have a long journey ahead, the prisoner smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. Oh, I think our journey will be considerably shorter than you imagine. They had barely reached the ministry's secure apparition point when the first reports came in. A patronus, a massive bear that Albus recognized as belonging to the head of the Auror office, materialized before them, speaking with the gruff voice of Otto Blackwood. Potter, whatever you're doing with the prisoner, delay it. Dementor attacks reported in 3 villages simultaneously, Ottery Street, Catchpole, Godric's Hollow, and Hogsmeade. They're not behaving normally. All available Aurors to respond immediately. Albus felt the blood drain from his face. Ottery Street, Catchpole, where his mother and several Weasley relatives still lived. Godric's Hollow, site of his grandparents' sacrifice. Hogsmeade, adjacent to Hogwarts, where his sister Lily taught charms. This is just the beginning, Thorne said quietly. They're looking for the codex. What codex? Albus demanded, his wand now aimed at the prisoner's throat. The Codex Mortis, the Book of the Dead. Written in a language older than Hogwarts itself, containing rituals and knowledge that would make your Voldemort seem like a first-year student playing with sparks. Thorne's eyes gleamed in the darkness. And I'm the only one who knows where it's hidden. Albus's magical training screamed at him to follow protocol to bring the prisoner to the ministry's high-security interrogation chambers, to summon his superiors, to do anything but what he was considering. Yet the seer's visions and now these coordinated attacks suggested they had precious little time. Why should I believe anything you say? Albus asked, though he already knew he would. Thorne smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too perfect for a man who had spent a decade in prison. Because, Albus Severus Potter, I am not Silas Thorne. That identity was merely convenient for one who needed to be imprisoned in that specific location. He straightened, seeming to grow taller. My name is Bartholomew Peverell, and I have been chronicling the magical world. Since before your ancestors learned to channel magic through carved sticks, the name Peverell linked inextricably to the Deathly Hallows, and his father's own legend struck Albus like a physical blow. If that's true, Albus said, recovering his composure, then why allow yourself to be imprisoned? Because Azkaban sits upon the convergence of ley lines that once powered rituals, now wisely forgotten. I needed to study them to confirm that the seals remained intact. Bartholomew's expression darkened. But someone has been systematically weakening those seals. The Dementors you now see attacking villages are merely symptoms of a greater corruption. Another Patronus arrived, this one a lynx, that spoke with the voice of the Minister for Magic herself. All Auror personnel, we are at level 1 emergency. Unknown entities appearing alongside Dementors. Standard Patronus defenses only temporarily effective. Casualties reported. Secure the prisoner Thorn at all costs and await further instructions. Bartholomew raised an eyebrow. Your minister is several steps behind events already in motion. We need to find the codex before they do, or what's happening now will seem merciful by comparison against every regulation and instinct honed during his Auror training. Albus Potter made his decision. With a flick of his wand, he removed the magical restraints from the self-proclaimed Peverell. If you're lying to me, he began, then the world as you know it ends regardless. Bartholomew finished for him. But if I'm telling the truth, we have a chance. Now, we need to get to the Department of Mysteries. There's someone there we need. The Department of Mysteries had changed little since Harry Potter's famous incursion decades earlier. The same black door led to the circular room of identical doorways. The same sense of ancient secrets pressed upon the consciousness of those who entered. What had changed was the nature of the unspeakables who worked there, no longer isolated researchers, but a coordinated body of magical theoreticians pushing the boundaries of what magic could achieve. Among them was Celine Lovegood, daughter of Luna, whose silver eyes and dreamy demeanor belied one of the sharpest magical minds of her generation. She stood before a shimmering veil of energy, not the infamous veil of death, but something of her own creation that mapped magical fluctuations across Britain. The pattern is unmistakable. She was saying to no one in particular as Albus and Bartholomew entered her laboratory through means that bypassed standard security. They're tracing a sigil across the country, not summoning something but awakening it. Celine, Albus called softly, not wishing to startle her. She turned, her expression unsurprised, as if she had expected them all along. Albus Potter and the Chronicler. The centaurs said you had come together when the stars aligned in the pattern of the Thestral. Bartholomew stepped forward, examining her shimmering map with evident appreciation. You've done remarkable work, daughter of Luna. You've nearly mapped the complete awakening sequence. The theory was in my grandfather's notes, Celine replied, though I never understood why he was so interested in ancient necrotic rituals. He was always such a gentle soul. A shadow passed over Bartholomew's face. Xenophilius Lovegood is part of the Weavers of the Veil, though I doubt he fully understands what he serves. They believe they're working toward a reunion with those beyond death, but their leaders have a different purpose entirely. My grandfather wouldn't hurt anyone, Celine said, though uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Not intentionally, Bartholomew agreed. But the road to catastrophe is often paved with benevolent intentions. The Weavers seek the codex mortis to thin the barrier between life and death permanently. Albus stepped closer to the map. These attacks, they're creating a pattern, aren't they? Not random at all, Celine nodded. It's a ritual configuration I've only seen in theoretical texts. Each attack weakens the natural barrier between our world and whatever lies beyond death. Not the peaceful beyond, but something else. Something that hungers, the hollow realm Bartholomew supplied. Home to entities that were ancient when magic first manifested in humanity. Your kind calls them many names. Dementors are merely their weakest manifestation. Like fingertips reaching through a crack in a door, the implication sent a chill through Albus. And the codex mortis is both lock and key, Bartholomew replied. In the wrong hands, it completes the ritual. In the right hands, it can seal the breach permanently, but at great cost, a series of alarms suddenly blared throughout the department. Red magical light bathed the chamber as a voice announced, "Security breach in the Hall of Prophecy. All personnel evacuate." Repeat, "Security breach in." The message cut off abruptly, replaced by an unearthly howling that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the ministry itself. "They're here," Bartholomew said grimly. "Faster than I anticipated." The weavers must have someone inside the ministry itself. Celine's hands moved rapidly over her magical instruments, collapsing the elaborate map into a small crystal sphere which she pocketed. "The codex, where is it?" "Hidden where no one would think to look," Bartholomew answered. "In plain sight, disguised as an ordinary historical record in the ministry archives. But we'll need to go through the Hall of Prophecy to reach it undetected." Albus's aura training took over. "Then we fight our way through. Whatever's happening, we end it tonight." The Hall of Prophecy had been reconstructed after its destruction years ago, but now lay in ruins once more. Shattered glass from countless prophecy orbs carpeted the floor, releasing wispy fragments of predictions never heard and futures never realized. In the center of the destruction stood 7 robed figures surrounding a swirling vortex of darkness from which emerged twisted shapes, not quite dementors, but something more substantial, with limbs of shadow and faces like fractured masks. "The weavers of the veil," Bartholomew whispered as they observed from concealment. "And they've already begun the preliminary summoning." Among the robed figures, one stood apart shorter, with a shock of white hair visible beneath his hood. With a jolt, Albus recognized the distinctive profile of Xenophilius Lovegood, now elderly but unmistakable. Beside him, Celine stiffened. "Grandfather," she breathed, pain evident in her voice. "He believes he's helping to restore lost loved ones," Bartholomew said quietly. "They all do at first. But what comes through that portal won't be anyone they remember." The lead figure raised their arms, voice carrying an unnatural resonance. "The alignments are perfect. The barriers weaken. Bring forth the codex, and the separation ends tonight." To Albus's horror, another robed figure approached, carrying a book bound in what appeared to be pale leather, its surface crawling with symbols that hurt the eyes to observe directly. "That's impossible," Bartholomew hissed. "The codex is hidden, unless someone who knew where to look retrieved it first." Albus finished, his mind racing. "You said yourself there must be someone inside the ministry." The three looked at each other, the same realization dawning. They were too late. Celine's expression hardened with resolve. "Not yet. There's still one way." She withdrew from her robes a small golden hourglass, a time turner, thought to have been destroyed years ago. "Luna recovered it from the battle here when she was 16, Celine explained. "She kept it safe all these years." Bartholomew's eyes widened. "That could work, but the temporal backlash will be contained if we act within the Department of Mysteries," Celine finished. "Its very architecture was designed to contain paradoxes and magical anomalies before either man could object." She had slipped the chain around all three of their necks and turned the hourglass once, twice, 3 times. The world dissolved into a blur of rushing shadows and sounds played in reverse. When reality solidified again, they stood in the same spot, but the Hall of Prophecy was intact, the glass orbs glowing softly in their niches. 2 hours, Celine whispered. We have 2 hours to find the real codex and prepare. Bartholomew led them through rarely used passages deep beneath the ministry, eventually reaching an unassuming door labeled Historical Records. Pre-founding era, inside. Thousands of scrolls and books lined the walls, most untouched for centuries. Here, he said, approaching a simple leather-bound volume labeled Agricultural Practices of Early Magical Communities. He tapped it with his finger, and the disguising enchantment melted away to reveal the true Codex Mortis, a book bound in a material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, covered in writing that shifted between various ancient scripts. Now we prepare the counter-ritual, Bartholomew said. But you should know it requires a willing sacrifice. Someone must anchor the seal from the other side. Albus and Celine exchanged glances, the weight of what lay ahead settling upon them. There must be another way, Albus began. Bartholomew shook his head. The laws of magic are immutable. To close a door that powerful, someone must hold it shut from the other side. Then it should be me, came a voice from the doorway. They turned to find Xenophilius Lovegood, looking frail but determined. I've been a fool. I thought I was helping to restore balance, to perhaps see my Pandora again, his eyes, so like his granddaughter's, filled with tears. But I've seen what truly waits beyond that veil. It isn't her. It isn't anyone we've loved. Celine rushed to embrace her grandfather. How did you find us? The department holds few secrets from those who've studied it their entire lives, he replied with a sad smile. And when I saw 3 figures appear from nowhere in the Hall of Prophecy, I knew something was amiss. He turned to Bartholomew. I recognize you from the ancient texts. The chronicler, who watches but never interferes until now. Some threats transcend my oath of observation, Bartholomew acknowledged. This is one. They prepared the counter-ritual in a chamber directly beneath the Hall of Prophecy, a perfect circle of white stone that Xenophilius revealed had been the original foundation of the ministry itself, built upon a nexus of natural magic that predated human civilization in Britain. As they worked, Albus positioned ministry allies, those he trusted implicitly, to intercept the weavers when they arrived. The Fall's codex would be allowed to reach the hall, but the true ritual would unfold beneath their feet. When the moment came, it happened with both the grandeur and simplicity that truly powerful magic often manifests. Xenophilius stood at the center of runic inscriptions transcribed from the true codex, while Bartholomew led an incantation in a language that seemed to resonate with the very stones around them. Celine's map, projected to fill the chamber, showed the Dementor attacks abruptly ceasing as the entities were drawn back toward the ministry, toward the portal that had allowed their partial emergence. Now, Bartholomew commanded as the ceiling above them trembled with the force of dark magic being channeled in the Hall of Prophecy. Xenophilius closed his eyes, a serene smile on his face. Tell Luna I understood. Finally, what she always saw that I missed. The beauty in the spaces between things. With those words, he stepped into the center of the ritual circle and was enveloped in light that was somehow both brilliant and dark simultaneously. The chamber shook violently. Above them, they heard screams as the false ritual collapsed, the imitation codex dissolving into ash. The swirling darkness that had begun to materialize in the Hall of Prophecy was sucked downward, through the floor, into the ritual chamber, and then into Xenophilius himself, whose form became momentarily translucent before solidifying again. "It is done," he said, his voice overlaid with harmonics that hadn't been present before. "The breach is sealed, but I must maintain it." He looked at his granddaughter with infinite tenderness. "Do not mourn me, Celine. I go to be with your grandmother, and to ensure that the barriers remain intact before their eyes." Xenophilius Lovegood faded from view, not with the violent vanishing of disapparition, but with the gentle dissolution of mist in morning sunlight. In the silence that followed, Bartholomew closed the codex mortis. He will become part of the barrier itself, a guardian, rather than a prisoner. It was. A noble end, Albus could hear the sounds of oars securing the weavers above. What happens now? Now, Bartholomew considered the question. Now I return to my chronicling, and you return to protecting your world from more conventional threats. He handed the codex to Celine. This belongs with someone who understands both its danger and its importance. The Department of Mysteries has a new keeper of barriers. I think as dawn broke over London, 3 figures emerged from the Ministry of Magic, a young auror who would one day lead the department with wisdom gained from brushes with ancient powers. An unspeakable whose research would revolutionize magical understanding of the boundaries between realms. And an ancient chronicler who would, for the first time in millennia, add a personal note to his objective record of magical history. Some sacrifices transcend death itself, becoming not an end, but a new form of guardianship. Xenophilius Lovegood, I bear witness to your courage, and deep beneath the ministry, in a space that existed somewhere between life and death, a guardian maintained his eternal vigilance. Occasionally visited by a silver-eyed woman who told him stories of the world he had saved, and who brought messages from his daughter, a woman who had always understood that the most powerful magic of all was the willingness to sacrifice for love. Story 4. Cerulean flames danced across the ancient canvas, consuming the painted figure of Armando Dippet with an otherworldly hunger. The former headmaster's likeness offered no scream as the azure fire devoured him, leaving nothing but an empty frame with charred edges. It was the 7th portrait to meet such a fate in as many days, each disappearing from the grand staircase of Hogwarts without explanation or warning. Lyra Weasley stood transfixed by the spectacle, her copper hair reflecting the blue glow as she clutched her wand with white knuckles. Unlike the gathering crowd of students and professors, she felt no surprise at the mysterious conflagration, only a terrible recognition. The same cobalt flames had visited her dreams since childhood, accompanied by whispers in a language she somehow understood, but could never remember upon waking. "Everyone back to your dormitories." Headmistress McGonagall's voice cut through the commotion. Though well into her 2nd century, Minerva McGonagall commanded the same authority she had wielded when Lyra's parents attended Hogwarts. Ms. Weasley remained behind as the corridor emptied. Lyra felt the familiar weight of exceptional expectations. Being born into the legendary Weasley family, daughter of Fred Weasley II and granddaughter of war heroes, meant living in the shadow of greatness. Yet nothing in her family's storied history had prepared her for what happened when the last student disappeared around the corner. "It's awakening in you, isn't it?" McGonagall's question came as a whisper, her typically stern expression softened by something Lyra had never seen there before: fear. Before Lyra could respond, the headmistress produced from her robes a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be captured blue flame. Within the swirling azure fire, faces formed and dissolved, ancient, solemn visages that seemed to recognize Lyra through the glass. "I've suspected since your first year," McGonagall continued, her Scottish brogue more pronounced with emotion. "When Peeves knocked over that candelabra in the library, and rather than burning, the flames turned blue and extinguished themselves before reaching the books. She held the vial closer to Lyra. Your instinctive magic protected our knowledge. Just as your ancestors once did, Lyra stared at the mesmerizing blue flame. My ancestors? But the Weasleys, not the Weasleys' child. Your grandmother Angelina's line, which traces back far beyond what most magical genealogies record. McGonagall's voice dropped further. Back to the Azure Guardians, the name sent an electric current through Lyra's body, as if cells long dormant had suddenly awakened to their purpose. The blue flames in the vial leapt in response, pressing against the crystal as if yearning to unite with her. We must see the restricted archives, McGonagall decided, already striding toward the 7th floor. Before the Immortals realize what you are, the restricted archives were not listed on any official map of Hogwarts. Unlike the library's restricted section, these archives existed in a state of semi-permanence within the Room of Requirement, accessible only to the current headmaster or headmistress and those they specifically invited. As McGonagall paced 3 times before the blank wall, muttering ancient incantations, Lyra felt the castle itself holding its breath. A door materialized, not the familiar wooden entrance to the Room of Requirement, but an archway of black marble veined with blue, inscribed with runes that glowed with the same cerulean light as the burning portraits. The Azure Guardians were an ancient order of magical protectors, McGonagall explained as they entered a vast circular chamber lined with crystalline shelves. Neither dark nor light, but watchers of the threshold between realms. They maintained the boundaries between our world and dimensions we can scarcely comprehend. Lyra followed the headmistress through narrow aisles of artifacts and tomes that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as they passed. What happened to them? They were hunted to near extinction during Voldemort's first rise to power. McGonagall stopped before a pedestal holding a book bound in what appeared to be blue dragonhide. Not by Voldemort himself, he was merely a distraction. The Immortals used the chaos of the First War to eliminate the Guardians, removing the greatest obstacle to their true ambition. As McGonagall opened the book, an illustration spread across 2 pages. 13 figures in hooded robes of midnight blue, surrounding a swirling vortex from which emerged creatures of nightmare writhing masses of tentacles and eyes, beings composed of geometric shapes that defied Euclidean logic. The Council of Immortals, McGonagall whispered. 13 wizards who discovered a method of prolonging life through communion with entities from beyond our dimensional boundaries. They believe these beings offer wisdom and power, but the Guardians understood the truth these entities hunger for our reality, and the Immortals are simply opening the door for them. Before Lyra could question further, the blue flames in the vial McGonagall still carried flared violently. Simultaneously, the ancient tome slammed shut of its own accord, and the crystals illuminating the archive dimmed to a faint glow. They've detected us, McGonagall breathed, her wand already raised. They still have agents within Hogwarts. The door to the archive dissolved, and in its place stood a tall, gaunt figure wrapped in robes the color of a starless night. His face half hidden by shadow, or the aristocratic features of old wizarding nobility, yet his eyes reflected an emptiness that made Lyra's blood run cold. Headmistress, he acknowledged with a bow that conveyed no respect. How kind of you to gather both our prizes in one convenient location. McGonagall positioned herself between Lyra and the intruder. Lord Erebus, I see the centuries have not improved your manners or your timing. The name triggered a memory from Lyra's history of magic class Erebus the Undying, a dark wizard believed vanquished by Aurors in 1943, though his body was never found. Always the teacher, Erebus smiled thinly. Perhaps you should educate your young charge on the futility of resisting us. The Azure Guardians are gone, their knowledge lost. This girl is a genetic echo, nothing more a curiosity we will study before discarding. You're wrong. The words left Lyra's mouth before she could consider them. Something was stirring within her, a knowledge she had never learned, but somehow possessed. The fire remembers, even when the keeper forgets, as if summoned by her declaration. Blue flames erupted from Lyra's fingertips, forming intricate patterns in the air that solidified into glowing sigils. Erebus recoiled, genuine shock replacing his confident demeanor. Impossible, he hissed. The Guardian rites were destroyed. McGonagall used his moment of distraction to cast a powerful shield charm, simultaneously transfiguring nearby shelves into stone guardians that launched themselves at Erebus. The ancient wizard dispatched them with casual flicks of his wand, but the delay was sufficient for McGonagall to seize Lyra's arm. "The Malfoy boy," she said urgently. "Find Scorpius in the library archives." "He doesn't know it, but he's part of this too. Go." With a wave of her wand, McGonagall opened a passage in the archives wall, a tunnel that hadn't existed moments before. Lyra hesitated, unwilling to leave the headmistress, facing such a terrible opponent alone. "Go," McGonagall commanded again, her free hand pressing the crystal vial into Lyra's palm. The fate of more than just Hogwarts depends on it. Lyra navigated the labyrinthine passages beneath Hogwarts, the vial of blue flame lighting her way. The tunnel led deeper than she had imagined possible, eventually emerging behind a tapestry in the library's oldest section. The vast chamber stood empty save for a solitary figure hunched over a desk piled high with ancient texts, Scorpius Malfoy. Unlike his father Draco's slick-back platinum locks, Scorpius wore his pale hair longer and somewhat disheveled, giving him the perpetual look of someone who had just discovered something fascinating and forgotten all else. Though he had been her classmate for 6 years, they had rarely spoken. The lingering shadows of their family's past rivalries created an unspoken boundary between them. "Malfoy," she called softly, emerging from behind the tapestry. He startled, nearly knocking over an inkwell before his eyes widened at the sight of her. "Weasley? How did you?" His question died as he noticed the blue flame she carried and the matching azure glow that now outlined her irises. "The Guardian fire," he breathed. "So it's true, you know about this?" Lyra approached cautiously, uncertain how much to reveal. Scorpius gestured to the texts surrounding him, genealogies, obscure magical treatises, and historical accounts of events not taught in any Hogwarts class. "I've been researching for years. My family's complicated history led me down some unusual paths." He pushed aside several scrolls to reveal a worn journal. "This belonged to my grandmother, Narcissa. She documented her suspicions about a secret society operating within the Death Eaters, wizards, using Voldemort as cover for something far older and more dangerous." Lyra placed the vial of blue flame on the table between them. Within it, the faces formed again, and one in particular seemed to gaze directly at Scorpius with something like recognition. "The Immortals," she said, watching his expression carefully. His gray eyes darkened. "Then you know why they want you. The azure fire is the key to opening the dimensional gateway they've sought for centuries, or to sealing it permanently." Before Lyra could respond, an unnatural chill descended upon the library. Frost formed on the ancient tomes, and the blue flame in the vial flickered in warning. "They're coming," Scorpius whispered, gathering his notes with practiced efficiency. "We need to find the sword." "What sword?" "The sword of the destined flame. According to my research, it was hidden somewhere in Hogwarts by the last Guardian before they were betrayed a weapon that can permanently seal the boundaries between dimensions when wielded by one with the azure gift." He hesitated, then met her gaze directly. "My ancestor was the betrayer. Aurelius Malfoy, who revealed the Guardians' identities to the immortals in exchange for promised power. The weight of this confession hung between them, centuries of history condensed into a moment of unexpected honesty. That's why you've been researching, Lyra realized. You're trying to make amends for your family's past. A crash from the library entrance shattered the moment. The temperature plummeted further as shadows lengthened unnaturally, stretching toward them with grasping tendrils. The room of requirement, Scorpius decided, already moving toward the rear exit. If the sword is anywhere in Hogwarts, it would be there hidden until the moment of greatest need. The journey to the 7th floor became a desperate race through a castle under siege. Shadows pursued them through corridors where suits of armor lay shattered, their enchantments broken by magic far darker than any taught within Hogwarts walls. Twice, they narrowly avoided robed figures whose movements seemed too fluid to be fully human, their faces concealed beneath hoods that revealed only gleaming eyes in unnatural hues. As they approached the room of requirement, they encountered a sight that stopped them cold. Headmistress McGonagall lying motionless on the stone floor, her wand hand outstretched toward the blank wall where the room's entrance should appear. Lyra rushed to the fallen headmistress while Scorpius kept watch. McGonagall's pulse was weak, but present, her breathing shallow. Erebus, she managed, her voice barely audible. He's trying to access the room. Must not let him find. The sword, the blue flame in the vial Lyra still carried, surged suddenly, breaking the crystal container. Rather than dissipating, however, the flame coalesced into a sphere that hovered before them, then streaked toward the wall and began tracing a fiery outline of a door, not the usual entrance to the room of requirement, but an archway identical to the one leading to the restricted archives. It's showing us the way, Scorpius realized. The Guardian fire remembers what was hidden as the flaming archway solidified. The stones within it dissolved to reveal not a room, but a vast labyrinth of interconnected chambers stretching impossibly beyond the physical boundaries of Hogwarts itself. Each chamber appeared to represent a different era of the castle's history, from its founding to the present day, and perhaps beyond into possible futures. The nexus of requirement, McGonagall whispered, her strength returning somewhat. A legend even among headmasters. Go, both of you. Find the sword before Erebus realizes this entrance exists. With one last glance at their wounded headmistress, Lyra and Scorpius stepped through the archway into the impossible labyrinth. The blue flame divided, sending tendrils down various pathways like a living guide. They traversed chambers containing artifacts from Hogwarts storied past the original Sorting Hat sketches by Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw's astronomical calculations, Helga Hufflepuff's first enchanted plants, and most surprisingly, Salazar Slytherin's journals detailing his eventual reconciliation with the other founders, a history lost to all but this hidden place. The Immortals don't just want to open a portal, Scorpius explained as they followed the Azure Guide. They believe entities from these other dimensions can grant them true immortality, not the half-life of vampirism or the fractured existence of Horcruxes, but eternal, unending consciousness. At what cost? Lyra asked, though she suspected she already knew. Everything, Scorpius replied grimly. These entities don't share our understanding of existence. To them, our reality is simply raw material to be consumed and repurposed. The Guardians understood this. They maintained the boundaries not just for our protection, but for the integrity of reality itself. The blue flame led them finally to a chamber that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, part ancient stone circle, part medieval great hall, part modern magical laboratory. At its center, suspended in midair, hung a sword of breathtaking beauty. Its blade appeared forged of solid blue flame captured in crystal. its hilt wrapped in silvery material that shifted like liquid mercury. As Lyra approached, the sword rotated to point directly at her, its blade flaring with recognition. The azure light in her eyes intensified, and knowledge flooded her consciousness. Rituals and incantations never learned, but somehow remembered, the collective wisdom of guardian generations flowing through the genetic memory awakened by the sword's proximity. The sword of the destined flame, she whispered, her voice overlaid with harmonics that echoed throughout the chamber. Forged in the breath of azure dragons, tempered in the tears of phoenixes, and bound to the bloodline of those sworn to maintain the balance between worlds, Scorpius remained a respectful distance away, understanding instinctively that this moment belonged to Lyra alone. "Can you wield it?" he asked quietly. Before she could answer, a slow clapping echoed through the chamber. Lord Erebus emerged from between realities, stepping through the fabric of the Nexus as if it were merely a curtain to be parted. "Bravo," he said, his ageless face alight with genuine pleasure. "You've done what generations of the immortals could not. Located the final key to our ascension." He gestured expansively. "The Council will be most appreciative of your service. We won't let you take it," Scorpius declared, moving to stand beside Lyra. Erebus smiled indulgently. Bold words from the descendant of traitors. "Did you think your research went unnoticed, young Malfoy? We've been watching you for years, allowing your curiosity to lead us precisely where we needed to go." Understanding dawned on Lyra with horrible clarity. "You used him as a tracker. The Malfoy bloodline has always been useful to us." Willingly or otherwise, Erebus withdrew his wand, an ancient thing of twisted black wood, inlaid with opal that caught and refracted the blue light in disconcerting patterns. "Now, Ms. Weasley, you face a choice. Join the Council willingly. Help us harness the power of what lies beyond, and your friends will be spared. Resist, and we begin with young Scorpius here, whose family has outlived its usefulness." The sword pulls in response to Lyra's growing anger, its crystal blade humming with power that resonated with the fire in her veins. In that moment of connection, she glimpsed the truth not just about the Guardians and Immortals, but about herself and Scorpius, about choices and redemption, about cycles that could end or begin anew with a single decision. "You're wrong about the Malfoys," she said, her hand closing around the sword's hilt. "And you're wrong about the Guardians." The moment her fingers grasped the sword, blue flame erupted from every surface of the Nexus. The weapon's crystal blade absorbed and amplified Lyra's awakened power, transforming her from a schoolgirl into something ancient and terrible to behold, the Azure Guardian reborn. Erebus's confident expression faltered for the first time. "Impossible. The Guardian rights died with the last of the Order." "The fire remembers," Lyra replied, her voice resonating with power, "and the blood endures, with movements guided by inherited memory." She swept the sword in an arc that tore through the fabric of reality itself, revealing glimpses of the dimensional boundaries Erebus and his council sought to breach. Within that tear, writhing shapes of impossible geometry pressed eagerly against the thinning barrier, drawn by the Immortals' decades of summoning rituals. "This is what you would unleash," Lyra declared, her free hand extending toward Scorpius. "This is the price of your immortality." Understanding his role instinctively, Scorpius took her offered hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, his gray eyes illuminated with silver light that complemented Lyra's azure glow. "The betrayer's blood, freely given in atonement," he said, words coming to him from some ancestral memory of his own. Erebus launched a desperate attack, not a conventional spell, but a torrent of shadow that split into 13 streams, each bearing the essence of a council member reaching through him as conduit. The combined might of the Immortals crashed against the blue fire, like a tidal wave of darkness against an azure shore. But where the immortals offered only hunger and consumption, Lyra and Scorpius stood for preservation and balance. Their joined magic guardian flame and redemption freely given created a shield that turned Erebus's attack back upon itself. The ancient wizard screamed as centuries of borrowed time collapsed upon him, his body crumbling to dust that was consumed by his own shadow magic. With her newfound knowledge guiding her, Lyra thrust the sword into the center of the dimensional tear. By fire and blood, by oath renewed and balance restored, I seal this breach and all others created by the Council of Immortals. Blue flame erupted from the sword, spreading across the boundaries between worlds like liquid light filling cracks in damaged glass. The writhing entities beyond the barrier recoiled as their access points were sealed one by one, their unearthly halls fading into the ether. As the last of the breaches closed, the sword dissolved into pure azure energy that flowed back into Lyra, becoming part of her being. The nexus of requirement began to stabilize, its chambers realigning with the proper flow of time and space. Exhausted but triumphant, Lyra and Scorpius made their way back through the labyrinth to find Headmistress McGonagall waiting at the entrance, supported by Professor Longbottom and several other teachers. "It is done," McGonagall stated rather than asked, reading the truth in their expressions in the lingering azure light in Lyra's eyes. "The immediate threat, yes," Lyra confirmed. "But there will be others." The council had 13 members. Erebus was but one. Then the Guardians must return, McGonagall said simply. "Beginning with you," as they emerged from the Nexus, its entrance sealing behind them to once again become part of Hogwarts' many secrets, Lyra felt the blue flame settling within her, not dormant as before, but alive and purposeful. She glanced at Scorpius, whose expression suggested he understood that their destinies had become irrevocably intertwined. The heir of azure flame and the descendant of the betrayer, he mused quietly. Not the alliance anyone would have expected. Lyra smiled for the first time since the portraits had begun to burn. Perhaps that's precisely why it worked. Some fires destroy, but others transform and renew in the weeks that followed. As Hogwarts recovered from the Immortals' incursion, Lyra began her formal training as the first Azure Guardian in decades. With Scorpius's help, she established a secret chamber within the Room of Requirement, a place where others with the potential for guardian magic might someday be taught, where the balance between worlds could be monitored, and where the blue flame would continue to burn not as a weapon, but as a beacon of vigilance and hope. And sometimes late at night when the castle slept, portraits throughout Hogwarts would glow with a faint azure light, not consuming them this time, but reinforcing them, as the guardian magic once again fulfilled its ancient purpose, to preserve the boundaries between worlds and protect the reality all living things shared, one flame at a time.